is not going to be, quote unquote, looked upon the way we currently police cannabis. The enforcement staff is to actually ensure that the medical cannabis is used properly, but there will not be the presumption that someone is engaged in a negative activity so that enforcement would have to go check on that site, similar to what the police do now. It's simply to ensure that people are following the rules and regulations of the medical cannabis industry.
And do you foresee them having a relationship with law enforcement on this?
Yes, the great thing.
Enforcement?
Yes, of course. The great thing about this medical cannabis legislation that I'm about to defend as a board member is that when in fact someone is in possession of cannabis, it's no longer going to be you're automatically, quote unquote, handling a substance that's illegal. In fact, it will be presumed that you are registered and you'll have to prove to us that you are before we act. So it's going to be a more of a discretionary rather than I got you tactic.
Okay, so I just have just a concern regarding that comment. Because if they are utilizing the medical cannabis illegally, you should have that communication with VIPD and etc., so that this person is or this entity is no longer licensed and they are penalized.
Yes.
So
that the enforcement team will be doing that, but unlike the current state where
Time.
if someone is caught with the controlled substance, they're thought, okay, they're handling an illegal substance. We will determine that, in fact, if they are in legal possession, then they will not be mishandled. Because right now, the thing is that if you have the illegal substance currently, that we need to arrest you for possession, not simple possession anymore. So it's a matter of training the officers, and we will be working in collaboration with the VIPD to ensure that those who are properly, legally holding the medical registration card are treated as citizens with the rights that they're due.
okay, thank you so much. And that's one of the items I wanted to cover. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Vergins, and of course, good morning to the nominee.
Good morning, Senator.
Extend congratulations for your nomination, and thank you for your consideration to be a part of this board. And also, there's certainly no question in my mind about your suitability there. So most of my questions will be around processes versus your suitability. One of the concern or major concern for me, and we have done a hearing on this particular issue as well, is edibles and vaping that's going on in our territory and being available to minors. Can you speak to what is the enforcement being done by DLCA or any other entity in respect to that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. As if you can recall, within the past 2 weeks, there was a hearing here at the legislature. So there are many entities that are attempting to limit the spread of this edible problem in the community. The Department of Education, the Department of Health. Where the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs comes in is that we would regulate the commercial sale of anything that is greater than 0.3% THC in a CBD product, which is legal from hemp, or if it's actually from cannabis, then and it's greater than 3%, then in fact it's a concern. The items that are ending up in the hands of minors are actually, to the best of my knowledge, products that are made with items that are properly purchased in a commercial setting, but made in a non-commercial setting, i.e. in someone's residence or maybe in someone's friend's home other than their own residence.
2
So
minutes.
as far as what we are doing is we are going with the Department of Health to see that those stores that currently are licensed to sell hemp products, that the products that they are selling are actually permitted to be sold. If they're found to be selling products that are not permitted, then in fact they are sanctioned, fined, and their license is up for suspension and or possible revocation.
Very well, and I'm looking forward to the continued enforcement in that area, and again, minimizing these opportunities where our minors, our students are being impacted as a result of edibles and vaping. The next issue I have, and I looked at your short-term as well as your long-term goals. In it, I didn't see anything that speaks to rehabilitation. Of course, we always have the issue of overindulging. And a lot of times, we have whether or not it's sanctioned or approved or allowed to be sold, we always have the overindulgence would lead to abuse. What is your position regarding rehabilitation in this territory?
Sure, and I think the rehabilitation inquiry that you have just made falls under the umbrella that I developed for number 3 of my short-term goal, which is develop a medical cannabis safety education campaign. That is all inclusive of educating from birth to grave. Because in fact, the more we educate and populate the minds of people, then they'll learn what in fact can cause an effect of overindulgence. And of course, everyone overindulges in certain things. It's just that excess of anything is bad. And I think, quite frankly, Senator, with the education campaign, that will tie in the rehab, because if in fact somebody goes overboard, part of the education is to rehabilitate them, and they'll learn from the education provided to them after they've overindulged that in fact there's a better way to utilize the substance for simply medicinal purposes and not necessarily for overindulgence for a euphoria.
Very well. I would like to continue this discussion in regards to education. And in fact, if there's a subset that speaks to rehabilitation, but my time has been called. I want to thank you for your response. And again, I believe that you're certainly suitable and qualified to serve on this board, and I will be supporting your nomination moving forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses, Commissioner Evangelista.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Senator Gittins there. Attorney Evangelista.
Yes, Senator.
I have no doubt that you are definitely qualified to serve on this board and that you would be an asset, just given your background, given who you are. I wanted to ask you to explain to the general public the difference between legalization, decriminalization, and medicinal marijuana. I know those 3 terms have been thrown out here in the community. I know we are currently, I think, we have decriminalized marijuana in the territory. I believe the current law has decriminalized certain quantities of marijuana. We will be subject to a fine, not the same types of, it's not considered the same type of criminal infraction, and you can tell me if I'm going wrong. We currently have a law, medicinal marijuana is currently the law, and there is a move afoot to actually legalize marijuana in the territory. What, in your view, are the differences between those three things?
Sure. Senator, first of all, thank you for sharing those 3 items with me. The first one that speaks to decriminalization. Since I'm not sitting here as the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands, I will not step on that part of the sidewalk. I do believe what you represented to us publicly is in fact correct, that certain amounts have been decriminalized and turned into a fine. Number 2, as it relates to medical cannabis, as you know, they signed into law in January of 2019. So in fact, medical cannabis is now legal. However, the implementation of the medical cannabis program is pending the full Cannabis Advisory Board, so that the rules and regulations can be voted on and promulgated with the public input. As far as what was the third one? The recreational use.
Okay.
As far as the recreational use of cannabis, I'm actually before you to speak about medical cannabis. So I do not have any background or any information to speak to you regarding the recreational use.
Yeah.
But they are, in fact, three different items that you, as you mentioned.
I know, and I appreciate your feedback. I know that the road is leading towards recreational cannabis in the territory. I know for a fact there's a bill, somewhere here in the Senate that, if I was a betting man, I would guess is going to be passed at some point in the foreseeable future. And do you have an opinion? Do you have a concern as a future member of this cannabis advisory board? And I know the scope of your focus is on medicinal, which is the law, but for sure, recreational cannabis will eventually become law. Is there anything about recreational cannabis in the territory that concerns you?
I really appreciate the question that you posed because I was hoping you would pose it or someone so I could actually speak to this. There is a difference between medical cannabis use and recreational use. And I think there is a place for both of them in any community. Whether this community is going to accept both uses with open arms is something that's left to be seen. However, with medical use coexisting with recreational use, persons who are using cannabis for medical reasons, I have spoken to them
Time.
personally. They have called my office personally. They are biting at the bit because they would like to actually consume cannabis for the purpose that this bill is in front of you, for medical cannabis purposes, medical use. It assists them, it helps them, they can actually live a productive life. And as you know, for persons who are employed, currently, if you are tested positive just for the presence, you could lose your job, you could lose a professional license. With the medical cannabis use law, provided that you have a prescription and you do not reach a certain level, you are and may be permitted to work as long as it's not against federal law for the occupation that it calls for, to be a productive citizen of the world, of the Virgin Islands. As it relates to recreational use, just like any other item of leisure, anything in excess, and I think you asked the question, somebody asked Senator Francis, anything in excess is not good. So with recreational use, persons who actually can use it responsibly will be okay. Will there be an enforcement issue? There's an enforcement issue with anything that is used in excess. Alcohol, tobacco, I can go on and on, call all the pleasures of life. So what are my viewpoints? If you can handle yourself responsibly, it will work.
Fair enough. In terms of rules and regs, you mentioned rules and regs in your opening statement. What sort of timeline do you think we're up against with regards to completing the rules and regs? And I would assume that the board, I know you are not on the board as yet. I don't know if you had an opportunity to dialogue with any of your future colleagues on the board. But do you have any idea what sort of timeline we are up against in terms of our ability to produce a final product for the rules and regs?
Sure. To the best of my knowledge, the rules and regs have gone through a number of revisions already. It's being worked on. And probably within the next 30 to 45 days, something should be coming out to the public. Hopefully, if I'm confirmed, then I can actually vote on it and we can formally put it out and the public can vet it and it's ready to go.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Attorney Evangelista. I see Senator Gittins on the floor. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I have to really just smile as we discuss this because I'm still not convinced. Again, first, we decriminalized in the 30th legislature. Then in the 32nd legislature, they legalized the medical marijuana. Here it is, as was stated, there's an attempt to legalize recreational marijuana, yet still we have not gotten over the hurdles of doing what we're supposed to do with regards to the regulatory component and enforcement, etc., for the first one or even the second one. And as a result, people are smoking openly in the streets, and we're hardly seeing any enforcement. It seems like the open smoking is almost like it's a cigarette. I don't like either. Now, DLCA, because again, I have a real problem with enforcement across the board. I have asked repeatedly, we see people just set up on the roadside selling all kind of stuff. And these individuals, we don't know if they even have a health permit for the sales of the items that they're doing. And we still are not seeing any
2 minutes.
enforcement. Is the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs monitoring the sale of CBD products sold everywhere in the territory from gas stations to pharmacies?
Yes, Senator.
And what about those individuals on the roadside? Who's monitoring these individuals? Do they have do they even have a health permit, a health card?
Senators, for your response to the two questions, enforcement monitors them as it relates to the health card. The Department of Health seeks that out. However, we collaborate with them to inquire if in fact we do an inspection. And as you may or may not know, our enforcement team hopefully will come back to us full time at the end of this month so they can actually engage in a lot of the activities that they are supposed to do per the DLCA statute, but they have been relegated and delegated to work alongside VIPD for the enforcement of the COVID-19 protocols.
So it is your testimony that there is no enforcement from the DLCA side at this time because they're reassigned to the COVID task force. How long has
No,
this
Senator.
been happening?
My testimony is that there is limited enforcement because we get them throughout the day. However, if they're called out on a COVID assignment, that takes priority.
Commissioner?
Yes, Senator.
Who is currently monitoring these individuals? And I know who issues health permit, etc. But you're the enforcement arm for all businesses. These individuals that have repeatedly contacted your office about, have any enforcement officer approached any of these individuals to ensure that they're licensed?
Senator, if we get an inquiry, enforcement is dispatched in between their COVID-19 protocols.
So you still haven't answered my question. I have called, I have contacted you, we have spoken, even with your new director of enforcement, I believe it is. I am asking, have any of those individuals been approached with regards to being properly licensed or permitted for the sales that I'm seeing on the roadside?
Senator, with respect to those specific requests, contact me off the record. I can give you an update.
You know, because of these responses, you know, I respect you, our commissioner. I respect the work that you're doing there at DLCA, but responses like these, I can't support a nomination to sit on the board if I can't be comfortable in knowing that we are going to have our regulatory and enforcement agencies do their part. It just seems like we're kicking the can down the road, and I can't continue to operate like this. So at the appropriate time, I will vote my conscience. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
very,
Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Morning, Senator Whitaker. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff. Good morning to listening viewing audience, and good morning to our testifier, Commissioner
Good morning,
Evangelista.
Senator.
Good morning to you. I want to first start off because I know one of the focus areas we have to, two things I want to put on the record. One is that I would like for you to consider in your successful nomination to the board, really align yourself with what's going on nationally at the federal level with respect to the issues surrounding discriminatory practices around issues surrounding cannabis. We have this federal legislation that needs to be supported, as well as I, in fact, had offered legislation, an offering legislation concerning the felony situation. We have in our law right now that if you are a felon, that you cannot participate. If you ever were a felon, you cannot participate in this, and we know that's a really problematic provision in the case of what's going on as the revolution surrounding an evolution of medical cannabis rights. Commissioner, in your testimony on page 4, you indicated, of course, that the board that the board has been working on rules and regulations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And promulgated those rules. So pursuant, we're talking about Title 19, Section 7777, subsection G, which required a public commentary period. Were these rules offered for a 30-day for a public commentary period as part of the requirements by law?
That has not yet been provided. Once the rules and regulations are finalized, they will be presented to the public for a 30-day comment period.
And do I have your commitment, as you've done with other initiatives, that you will have town hall meetings and that we will have, have a real true engagement of the public?
2 minutes.
Yes, Senator. That's already on schedule.
Thank you very much for that. The other item, I do want to follow up on the regulation of the issues surrounding. We have real issues. There are some products out there that are very harmful to our people. And so it's really important. I really support public health in this space. It's really important. We're still going to have to put out the impacts of smoking and how it impacts your body, while at the same time promoting the good effects of cannabis. So we have to strike that balance. With that said, what is your short-term goal in getting onto the board to build capacity of the board members in promulgating these rules and in really moving forward, like I said, lobbying, knowing what's going on the federal level, championing causes and helping support, especially our grassroots individuals who would benefit from this?
Sure. If confirmed to the board, I would actually be part of the catalyst that ensures that we involve as many local Virgin Islanders as possible who are knowledgeable in not only the industry, but in the use, so that we can get best practices, as well as to align that with both national and international experts. And the great thing is, because of the COVID that has come upon us and unfortunately taken some lives, we've learned that we do not necessarily have to be physically present with persons. We can utilize the internet, and virtually we're going to just set up conversations and meetings to not only educate the board, but the many volunteers who have contacted the office to assist with the process. The community is excited and they want to help. They're not looking for a job, quite frankly. They actually just want to volunteer their time and services to ensure that we have a successful medical cannabis program in the Virgin Islands, because I have persons who have been diagnosed.
Time.
They have received their diagnosis in the state of Florida. They can legally consume and address their medical issue in the state of Florida. And unfortunately, when they arrive in the Virgin Islands, they have to, quote unquote, go behind the door to get their treatment.
Chairman, if I may, because my time was called. Final statement.
You may wrap up, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to enclose, though, that Commissioner, you're going to have to dive deep. You're going to have to dive deep in terms of the technical assistance. Our people are at a disadvantage. This matter is really entrenched in a very racist history around the use and the availability. So to make it fair and to level the playing field, we're gonna have to dive deep and support the individuals to build the capacity and support them also financially and others in order to make this a true, meaningful economic driver. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Senator. And if I may conclude
Yes,
based
Chairman.
on her comments, and I look forward to the members of the 34th legislature attending the public town halls where the rules and regulations are rolled out so that you can not only represent your own personal viewpoints, but also those of your constituents. Because I guarantee you have constituents who call you maybe on a daily basis, you see in church, and you will probably be shocked to know that they're utilizing medical cannabis for medical reasons, but they're just embarrassed or it's still stigmatized, so they don't even speak about it. So I look forward to seeing many of you, if not all of you. I know through the past town halls that we've had on other subjects that many of you have showed up, or your staffers, so thank you.
Commissioner, is there currently medicinal use in the territory? I know the law is on the books.
No,
Okay.
it's not permitted.
I know you mentioned that you go to your church and
People are still using it
people are
behind the
still
door.
Behind it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you. Senator Johnson, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, you're aware that Colorado experienced a lot of problems with their medicinal use, and they have done many, many amendments since.
Yes, and that's what I'm looking forward to as it relates to the Medical Cannabis Use Act, is that this legislation is not perfect, but it's a start, and there are things that we need to amend in it, and I look forward to coming before this body with other members, if I'm confirmed, to move such legislation.
I have one more question, one final question, Commissioner, and I'm looking at number 2 in your short-term goals. Number 2 was to ensure the reliability and safety of a VI testing lab. What does that look like? I mean, where would that lab be? What's the scope of and purpose of that lab? You know, who would be running it? What agency? Tell me a little bit more about
Sure.
what you envision this lab as being.
Question. So pursuant to the statute, one of the board's missions is to have a Virgin Islands medicinal cannabis testing districts initially operated by private entities. I'm pleased to share with you that as part of my background, that the Virgin Islands Department of Health, I say that again, the Virgin Islands Department of Health already has lab equipment to do the testing for the VI government. They actually have 3 pieces of equipment that total worth of $625,702, and they would merely need 2 other items, a gas chromatography mass spectrometry and a Titan microwave digestion system for an additional $180,000, and we would have a complete VI lab, not needing a private lab. So in terms of collaborating, we haven't been sitting. I've been having discussions, reaching out to my various colleagues, and I learned, and I have the information that we do have 2/3 of a lab already here in the Virgin Islands.
That's good to know. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, we've exhausted our debate time on this matter. Do I?
Curry?
Motion, Mr. Chairman.
1 second, Senator Joseph. I saw Senator Gittens on the line. I didn't want to
Thank you.
discriminate isn't the word, but since he's not here and physically in the island, he looks as though he was asking for a point of inquiry.
Well,
Senator,
a point of inquiry point of order.
prior to your motion, I recognized him because he was saying something, and he's on St. Croix via the monitor. Senator Gittens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing that, because I'm sure my colleague realized that as well.
I did not.
I just had a quick point of inquiry to the nominee, especially based on his last statement. And I wanted to know if he really thinks that cannabis can be a profitable industry here, given the cost of law enforcement, the labs, etc.
Senator Giddens, I'm actually have not done a mathematical study on what financial benefits we would reap. I'm in fact here to promote the use of medical marijuana to assist people who are in pain, chronic pain, suffering from debilitating illnesses. So I'm sorry I can't respond to that question in the manner in which you want, but that's really what I'm here to push. I know people personally who would like to be able to legally consume marijuana for medical uses, and that's what I'm here to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Just in terms of best practice, and I don't know if you had the opportunity to evaluate, is it prudent for a lab to be owned and run by the government or private? And I'm not sure how they do it in Colorado, Washington State, and all of that, because I know you touted the fact that the Department of Health is well on their way to being equipped, 2/3 along the way of being equipped to actually being a standalone testing lab. I just was curious.
Sure. So the cost of a lab is very costly. So if you actually had to get a private lab involved, obviously like any business, you'd have to recoup the cost of your investment. The fact that the government is already 2/3 there, then in fact our costs to be tested would not have to be as exorbitant as a private lab that would have to recoup everything plus a profit.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, do I hear a motion at this time?
Motion.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that the governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board, Honorable Richard Evangelista, Esquire, be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Object.
Second.
Object.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Johnson, Senator Whitaker, Senator Francis, objected to by Senator Gittins. Roll call on the nomination of Attorney Richard Evangelista to the Virgin Islands Cannabis Board.
Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 5 yay, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Attorney Richard Evangelista to the Virgin Islands Cannabis Board has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Attorney Evangelista.
Thank you,
You
Senator.
can now utilize 30 seconds to offer your closing remarks.
Sure. I'd first of all like to thank you, Senator Potter, as well as members of the committee for listening to my nomination hearing. And I'd also like to thank you on behalf of all the patients who are patiently waiting to actually start receiving the benefit of medical cannabis in the United States Virgin Islands. It's been a long road, and I thank you for sitting alongside with us, but I guarantee you that you will have many constituents who will come to your ear, to your door, and say thank you. They're not going to do it loud because they're not proud, but as soon as we get this program moving forward and actually getting traction, they'll be proud to stand up and say thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for being professional and limiting this to the use of medical cannabis. Once again, thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 5 minutes. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block number 2?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for block number 2, bill number 340209, a resolution requesting that the governor of the Virgin Islands demand the resignation or otherwise terminate the employment of Winnie Testamark as director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Invited testifiers, Jacqueline P. Dickinson, President, UIW SIU, David Andino Pizarro, or Juan Pena. That concludes.
Thank you
Mr.
very much, Madam Clerk. What you got? Senator Joseph, you recognize for your motion.
Motion. Mr. Chair?
Committee on Rules stands in recess for 1 minute. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. And we're back on the record because I know we informed the general public that we were going to be taking a recess for 5 minutes, but we are going to extend that time. We're going to break for lunch. So we are going to stand in recess. It is going to be for approximately 1 hour. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary will resume in 5 minutes. Colleagues, we are going to resume in 5 minutes. At that time, we will do a quorum call. Committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please do a quorum call?
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis absent, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
I'm here.
Senator Francis present, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Here.
Senator Gittins present, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson present, Senator Carla Joseph, J. Joseph, sorry, Senator Joseph present, Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., Senator Payne excused, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Here.
Senator Potter present, Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker,
Present.
Senator Whitaker present. Mr. Chair, we have 6 present, 1 excused.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will proceed with block number 2. Madam Clerk, can you please read block 2's agenda into the record?
Excuse me. Block 2 consists of Bill number 340209, a resolution requesting that the Governor of the Virgin Islands demand the resignation or otherwise terminate the employment of Winnie Testamark as Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Invited testifiers, Jacqueline P. Dickinson, President UIW and SIU, David Andino Pizarro, and Wang Pina. That concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will proceed with bill number 34-0209. Who speaks to this bill? I do. Senator Johnson, please proceed with your introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. And good afternoon to the testifiers. Bill number 340209, a resolution requesting that the Governor of the Virgin Islands demand the resignation or otherwise terminate the employment of Winnie Testamark as Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction. Prior to Director Testamark's arrival to the Bureau, brought most of its provisions out of non-compliance, was in compliance. But shortly after her arrival, something changed. Communication broke down, lack of accountability, lack of unwillingness to participate in the process to keep the Bureau in a forward direction. You could find in the November 2021 status conference hearing before the Honorable Wilma Lewis, where Director Testamark told the employees not to comply with the monitors and not to give them information. You can find on April 28, 2022, the status conference where the court states, and I quote, "I want to know what you, as the director, plan to do to change this equation because I don't want the court to have to take action. And quite frankly, I'm getting close to that. And if the court has to take more action, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. I need to know what it is you, as the director, plan to do to rectify this obvious problem." End of quote. I also want to quote Dr. Ray, April 28, 2022, status conference. "I have been monitoring for over 15 years in this business. Over 40 I've been at the director level with agencies slightly larger to the mega facility. I've trained, I've supervised leaders, I've brought up leaders, I have affected agency change, reforms. I've worked with agency, continued with agency nationwide to effect reforms, I have not experienced the problem that have surfaced so quickly in the past 2 or 3 years in my experience, no, in previous administration here, end of quote. For the short time that Ms. Tettemark has been the director of the Bureau of Correction, from May 2019 to June 9th, some 61 person left the Bureau. 9 was terminated. 37, I repeat, 37 resigned and 17 retired. Every day when I meet correction officers on the street, they tell me I have 365 days left with the Bureau. Some will say they have 730 days, which equivalent to 2 years. I have had the opportunity to speak to some of the prisoners who was recently transferred to the mainland prison. These prisoners shared the achievements that they were making in obtaining their GED in the Virgin Islands. They are now in a facility that they no longer have the opportunity to continue in getting their GED or skill. When you look at the Alexander Farley Complex condition, they are no better than the John A. Bell Correctional Facility on St. Croix. Prisoners are sleeping on the floor, and 4 men are in cell that was built for 2 persons. These conditions should never be existing in the United States Virgin Islands facility. I have a few videos and pictures that I would like to share with you. Media, can you roll on these and we go through slow with them so that I can explain a little bit to my colleagues, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator, you said a few videos. You have me a little of it.
It's 2 videos. They're now
Okay.
long videos, and it's about
Okay.
4 pictures.
Okay.
Media. That's the tower. That's the East Tower. Have been in those conditions from since Hurricane Maria. That's the West Tower. Still in the same condition from since Maria. Go again, Abidia. That's the fence that's been down from since Hurricane Maria. That's a next section of the fence. The institution has been infiltrated about 3-4 times. When I worked there in Hurricane Hugo, in less than 2 years, we had every single piece of perimeter fence up. Up to this date, nothing have happened with this perimeter fence. Nothing. Roll again, media, please. That's the rear entrance gate, not operable. And again, these conditions exist from the hurricane and have not been changed. Go again, media. That's the tank that stores water. That water, media, hold on that tank for a minute, please. That tank have been running water for quite some time, and the Bureau has to pay WAPA for the water bill. If you can bring back up that one, roll again to the next video, please. That's the tank I just spoke about. Water just gushing through there. And the government pays for this water, believe it or not. That isn't fixed up to now. I think that what they're doing now, they're not filling the tank past beyond that point to avoid the water from being wasted. You can go to the next video for time's sake, media, please. That's inside the kitchen. These are weebles in the rice, weebles in the macaroni, weebles all over that kitchen storeroom because they failed to fix a simple air condition. And I can say to you, without any fear, I made contact to higher officials to make sure that this food was thrown out because the orders was to wash the rice and macaroni off and feed the prisoners this weeble rice and macaroni. When I made my call, I received a call from my contact in the Bureau and said, Senator, thank you very much. They are now throwing away the food. Prior to that, they was given instructions to cook this food. This is very serious, colleagues. Media, we could go to the next video or picture that I have there. We could roll to the next one. I think that might be all the clips. When the federal government reached out to Director Testermark to have a contractual agreement for 50 beds to hold the detainees, an opportunity for the Bureau to make up to $2 million. $2 million to hold their prisoner. Testermark and her team denied that contractual agreement. But today, when you look at some of the contracts that the Director Testermark has been making to the mainland prison, we are paying some $2.5 million and up to approximately $10 million annually for the mainland to hold our prisoner. The last time ODR came to the Senate, the question were asked, why were none of the federal money from the hurricane relief was spent? The only response we got is that the Bureau was looking at a public-private partnership to build a prison for the territory. This tells me that something is extremely wrong in the Bureau. If you, my colleagues, have read the last two transcripts of the status conference hearing before the Honorable Wilma A. Lewis, you too will agree that Winnie Testermark has been nothing but a failure to the Bureau of Correction. I ask for your support in supporting this resolution for a vote of no confidence so that the governor can take action in removing Winnie Testermark from the Bureau. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Via email to Chairman Potter, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands 00802, regarding the June 9th, 2022 committee hearing on bill number 34-0209. Dear Chairman Potter, I am in receipt of your correspondence dated June 3rd, inviting me to offer testimony on Thursday, June 9th, 2022 on bill number 34-0209, a resolution requesting that the Governor of the Virgin Islands demand my resignation or otherwise terminate me as the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Because bill number 34-0209 improperly interferes with the governor's exclusive prerogative to remove executive branch officials, I must decline your invitation. Like all cabinet members, I serve at the pleasure of the governor. The revised Organic Act of 1954, ROA, as amended, vests the governor with sole power to remove all officers and employees of the executive branch of the government of the Virgin Islands, in accordance with Title 48 United States Code, Section 1591, hereafter Section 1591. Any legislation purporting to assert influence over the governor's sole power of removal is contrary to Section 1591, in my view, and runs afoul of the doctrine of separation of powers. My appearance at the June 9th hearing would be seen as a tacit acknowledgement of the legislature's authority to act in a sphere that the revised Organic Act has reserved exclusively for the governor of the Virgin Islands. To my knowledge, no other cabinet member has ever been called before the legislature to testify on a bill seeking his or her resignation or termination. Given the language and the purpose of Section 1591, I respectfully decline your invitation to be the first. Sincerely, Winnie Testemark, Director, C.C. Carl Knight, Chief of Staff to the Governor, and C.C. David Bourne, Esquire, Chief Legal Counsel to the Governor. This concludes the reading of, we have an additional correspondence, and it is dated June 6, 2022, Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Bill number 340209, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The United Industrial Workers of the Seafarers International Union, AFL-CIO, was asked to provide its testimony in support of Bill number 34-0209. The UIW and SIW represent the correction officers employed by the Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction, and so it is logical for Senator Johnson himself, a former member of this union and correction officer himself, to call upon us to give testimony in a matter directly impacting on the livelihood and working conditions of our union members. As Regional Vice President of the UIW and SIU and 25-year serving union official, I am very familiar with the concerns of our union members who are employed by the Bureau of Corrections. I would do and have done all in my power to assist and give voice to their workplace concerns, many of which are given such a thorough description in Senator Johnson's bill. Among the union's fiduciary obligation to its members is to work to elevate members' concerns to management and to seek to redress these issues where we shall join in part. We would ask for censure rather than termination of Ms. Testemark based on her performance. First, because it's not the union's role to hire and fire public officials, but also because many of the failings described cannot be attributed to Ms. Testemark alone. To my knowledge, prior prison directors failed in many of the same ways defined in Senator Johnson's bill, and neither is the blame to be limited to directors of the BOC, past and present. Sorry. Indeed, it was on the floor of Finance Committee of this legislative body last July when Ms. Testemark and Mr. Faulkner came and presented a concern of our members as it relates to the proper payment of overtime according to the terms of our collective bargaining agreement. Where they were dressed down, union should be paid the way all other government employees are paid, regardless of the CB. In short, the top-down approach is not just a problem of the current administration of the Bureau and can be found wherever powerful voices in our government drown out the voices and concerns of its rank-and-file public employees. Additionally, in the spirit of giving credit where credit is due, it should be noted that Ms. Testemark and Mr. Faulkner have made improvement in one area of union concern, namely that of following the steps and honoring the procedures for hearing union grievances. This was a long-standing complaint of this union against previous administration, where we have seen some daylight recently. However, the union welcomes accountability of management and thus will take this opportunity to join in many of the general criticisms of its current state of the Bureau of Corrections, for which some blame must be according to its present administrators. We agree with the senator's acknowledgement that the Bureau of Corrections is plagued with staffing shortages, a deteriorating physical plant, the terrible situation of holding in solitary confinement inmates suffering from serious mental illness, and not having sufficient support and services for other mentally ill within the Bureau's facility. Now, as ever, the situation of security breaches, broken Sally Port doors, down fences, broken lights and cameras all support the traffic of drugs and contraband and lead to a general sense of insecurity. Terrible officer to inmate ratio place staff in the line of inmate violence. Understaffing make daily counts and meal service a challenge. But failure to observe every protocol in doing these administrative tasks results in swift discipline, including termination of employees who are on the eve of retirement. Furthermore, understaffing is a vicious cycle as staff retention becomes impossible under such deplorable conditions. And with fewer staff, working conditions worsened. The union agrees that the steady rotation of wardens and upper management adds to an impression of an inconsistent leadership vision and seems to have no impact on many of these concerns. Maybe the biggest disappointment has been the Bureau's failure to maintain higher marks in compliance with the federal consent decree, which should be an assurance to us all that some relief for these concerns will improve with time. And instead, it feels we are ever losing ground. The union agrees that the COVID-19 pandemic, which caused so much disruption in the workplace, found the Bureau seeming without a consistent industry standard plan for keeping inmates and employees safe. The union agrees with the aforementioned critique of the current state of the Bureau of Corrections, and to the extent it reflects on Ms. Testemark's performance as director of the BOC. The union will admit that the comments above given is entered into the record. We depart from Senator Johnson by asking this legislative body to issue a formal censure of Ms. Testemark in lieu of termination. Respectfully submitted, Jacqueline P. Dickinson, UIW and SIU Vice President. This concludes the reading of correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have one individual, one testifier participating via Zoom. I believe that's Mr. David Andino Pizarro. Mr. Andino Pizarro, please state your name and title just as a mic check so that we can make sure that audio system is working fine.
Okay, my name is Mr. David Andino. I'm a former supervisory lieutenant and auditor for the United States Bureau of Prisons. which I retired. Do you hear me?
Hearing you loud and clear. Thank you very much and welcome. We're going to allow you to give your testimony at this time. You may proceed.
Okay. Hello, senators of the people of, hello, the elected senators of the people of the Virgin Islands. Again, my name is Mr. David Andino, former supervisory lieutenant and auditor for the United States Bureau of Prisons, which I retired. I am also a former or legally or illegally a current assistant warden, which of the medium security prison Golden Grove in St. Croix, which is also called John Bell. My employee number was 111671. I was hired by the governor with the recommendation of a former warden Pena and a CMC CEO. Due to my past 20 years of the correctional knowledge and the ability to assist in restoring correctional institutional practices while auditing and correcting various areas and policies within the ACA standards. I am here today to testify against the director, the current director. You see, as you are aware, I do not know if I am legally a former or current BOC employee. Why? Because I was hired by the governor effective December 7th, 2020, and to this day, I have not been issued a letter from the governor dismissing me from the position of assistant warden of the Golden Grove in St. Croix. But again, I am here to testify the firsthand knowledge of the lack of supervisory skills Ms. Testemark possesses. Her lies and disrespectful behavior of staff, employees, as well as basic knowledge of repairing and correcting correctional practices as a director has given the BOC and the people of the Virgin Islands a very bad reputation within the islands and abroad. Ms. Testemark is a very toxic individual and makes herself and people around her that much more unpredictable and untrusted. If your observance of staff suddenly retiring, resigning, getting fired without governor's knowledge due to no letters issued of such things, of such firings, or reasons for being let go does not show you her lack of authentic leadership, then you are turning a blind eye as she continues to destroy the trust of the people of the Virgin Islands, the BOC, and its staff. I have issued you a synopsis of my short stay in the BOC and St. Croix, which explains some encounters with Ms. Testemark and the BOC. There are a few more examples that I am willing to share if interested. I am also here for the salary that I have not been paid for as of yet. I am owed $2,915.16 since my removal from my position. I have emailed various documents and statements of the happenings during my ordeal and have the knowledge of various staff members that have assisted her in carrying out the destruction of the BOC. Some still work there, some have left. I hope and pray you all can assist me in recovering what is owed to me, as well as putting the BOC in the right course, which is once and for all to get you out of the consent decree deficiency state. Because the course that you have chosen is putting you deeper and deeper in deficiency, which in turn the BOC might be thought of as a distant past, with privatization standing by and waiting.
Point of inquiry.
That is my statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andino. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Mr. Andino whether or not he have any pending cases, any litigation against the Bureau of Corrections or the government of the Virgin Islands at this time.
I do not.
Very well. So your issue today is in respect to the $2,915.16 that's owed to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is not the avenue for you to recoup that. There's a small claims court that's available to assist in that endeavor, but nonetheless, we'll proceed as indicated. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. I don't see Senator Joseph.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is an unfortunate situation. I just returned, by the way, from an event over at the Bureau of Corrections where there was a renaming ceremony, actually honoring and renaming that facility after former Senator John A. Bell Sr. A beautiful ceremony. As a matter of fact, after going to the Bureau of Corrections, the Golden Grove Prison, in my former capacity as a law enforcement officer and my current capacity as a senator, I have never seen the grounds of BOC looking so good. Yes, there's much work to be done. However, there is significant improvement that have also occurred. So let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. I think it's critical because I've been on several tours of that facility, and we have 34 years that the Bureau of Corrections has been under a consent decree. And we want to hold one person responsible for fixing 30 plus years of problem. I am no big supporter of Director Winnie Testamart. I have issues and concerns as well. But I'm telling you that I believe that I agree with the union that this body needs to move towards some censure versus asking for termination or resignation. That's infringing on the separation of powers and stepping on the executive branch. I have been on that side of the table as a former commissioner, as a former chief of police. And I know a lot of times you're set up for failure. You're given a job to do without the tools to do the job. You come here and lobby the Senate for monies, and we give you enough to just go towards paying the salaries of employees. The Bureau of Corrections need a new facility. I was at the Ag Fair recently, and I met with a corrections officer out of St. Thomas. He asked me, what you all gonna do for the BOC? We need a new building, we need a new facility. We continue to put Band-Aids upon the one that we have. Again, I'm no favorite of Winnie Testamart. When you talk about inconsistent leadership, we have seen that throughout government. I've seen that in the police department. You had chiefs, deputy chiefs, you have interim directors throughout government, you have acting position and those directors. So I agree with the union. Yes, let's put Winnie Testamark and the governor and the administration on notice. But we all, every single one of us as elected officials, have a stake in this. We should not be holding one person solely accountable for all the deficiencies of the prison. We heard about fence line being down. That happened since Irma and Maria. This administration wasn't in place at that time. But here it is that we want to throw the baby with the bathwater. We want to hold one person accountable for this. I think that's unfair. Let's work collectively to be able to address the issues and provide the resources from this body to make sure that the BOC gets to the level that they are. A continued consent decree is not in our best interest. Now, removing the director and creating further instability within the BOC is not in our best interest as well. Let's work collectively to fix this problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to you and my colleagues, and of course, to the listening and viewing audience and to the testifiers. I must say it's a very low point we come into in the Virgin Islands when the legislature starts to go into the realm of the executive branch and we don't stay in our lane. So I do have some concerns regarding the legislation because there is a fine line between separation of power. If we have a challenge with someone who the governor has on his cabinet level, we as senators could always communicate not only with the governor, but the chief of staff and let them know our concerns based on what we are hearing in the field from our constituency. I don't see that it is our place to do that. This is a call for the executive branch. This is an executive role, whether they terminate or they keep, okay? And I wouldn't get into their positions on that. I have had some dialogue with former Bureau of Corrections employees, and they have indeed indicated that there are challenges with leadership and how the leadership is managing the ship, specifically at the Bureau of Corrections. Persons have resigned or retired.
2 minutes.
And that happens in any entity because of leadership. Whether the governor sees this and looks and see if the person in charge, based on what is happening, to put in some professional development to correct the way the person is leading, that is up to the executive branch based on what they see. That's any manager, any director, executive director, that is what they do. They don't necessarily ask persons or have a legislation in place to correct management styles. That doesn't happen. So I just have those concerns relative to getting a censure, as well as to terminate, more importantly, which this legislation purports to do, to ask the governor to terminate these individuals. I really would have preferred to see some type of dialogue going on between the proponent as well as the chief of staff, the proponent of this measure, and the person who is the sponsor of the measure, to have that type of dialogue because it's really critical what is being happening at the Bureau of Corrections. And I note, based on my sources, and also I did read the testimony that was read into the record by Jacqueline P. Dickinson, who is the president of the United Industrial Services, Transportation and Professional and Government Workers of North American Union here in the Virgin Islands. And she said the type of issues that
Time.
the BOC, Mr. Chairman, I'll just wrap up. The type of issues that the BOC has been having has been there for a long while before Ms. Testmark comes forward. So I will not be supporting this measure at all today. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Gittins, you are now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. As I sit here and I listen to the testimony, one of the things is I've always said as a chairman, and again, it's no indictment on anyone, but me for sure as a chair, it is difficult to allow testimony into the record and then we leave colleagues with a lot of questions to ask and then there's no one to respond. So I will go as far as to just dismiss the testimony that was read into the record because it left me with a lot of questions for sure. But also listening to the other testimony, that of Mr. Andino, while I understand his frustration, I agree with my colleague, the good Vice President, that this is not the small claims court. And so to bring this here would be the wrong venue for sure. And just listening to his testimony, reading the testimony, I see why in this government we are where we're at in a lot of areas. Because when you have individuals at such level coming to tell you that I was hired by the governor, and I was hired by the governor with the advice of someone else other than the head of that agency, this is where we see the problems.
2
because
minutes.
now it would give the appearance that I don't have to answer to you, the agency head, because I was brought here by the governor by the advice of somebody else. So just hence, let's look at our hiring practices and make sure that even when we hire through the advice of others and not the agency head, you need to make it clear as to who is the boss, because there's only one. Now, with regards to the bill in itself, I too have a lot of issues with the Bureau of Corrections and the way things have been going and whatnot. But in all good conscience, as I read how this bill was prepared, I was totally surprised and caught off guard. I see a lot of references in there of the ineffective leadership and mismanagement of the Bureau, yet still there's no grounds or basis to show examples of these failures within the measure. It also speaks of the lack of the ability to perform competently and effectively. Again, no examples, etc., within there. Further, the call for the demand for this individual to be terminated is definitely encroaching on the separation of powers doctrine. And before I started my comments, I even wanted to ask of legal counsel about that as well. Because to my recollection, within, I believe it's Section 11 of the Revised Organic Act, only the governor
1 minute.
has the authority to this regard. And if we may, Mr. Chair, I think legal counsel is on the floor there. If we could get from them with the demand, because in 2013 I did have an instance similar to this where I called for a vote of no confidence of the Bureau of Corrections then director. However, this resolution is totally different, where it's demanding the resignation and termination of the director. So can we get some clarity from legal counsel on this, Mr. Chair?
All right, legal counsel, are you prepared to respond to the senator's question?
Through the chair to Senator Gittens, section, I believe the section that you cited, Section 11 of the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands of 1954 as amended, gives the governor of the Virgin Islands the unfettered authority, control, and supervision of the executive branch of the governor of the Virgin Islands, which would include, in this instance, the Bureau of Corrections.
So, in your interpretation, can the legislature demand that the governor terminate his cabinet level members?
The legislature may demand, the legislature may request, but the governor has the authority to ignore the specific request of the legislature and choose not to follow it, because it's the governor's discretion. He has the legal authority with respect to the executive branch.
Well, and I hear what you say, but I don't think it should be that the chief executive have to ignore. If we're without the authority, it should be clear that we're without the authority, and not that the chief executive will have to ignore what the legislature does. And we all know that any illegal instructions can be ignored. But thank you for your response, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Of course, you know that I am not a member of the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary. However, as a woman in leadership here in the U.S. Virgin Islands, I thought it important for me to be here this afternoon for many reasons. So the director in question, Ms. Winnie Testamark, is a Virgin Islander who worked in the Florida correctional facilities for many, many years. And she came home to serve us here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And this is how we elected to treat her. Now, don't misunderstand me. We do have challenges within the institution of the Bureau of Corrections, but I do believe what is important for us to acknowledge and take responsibility for is I spoke with Ms. Testamark last evening, and I asked, no, not last evening, a few evenings ago and a few weeks ago, and I asked her specifically if she's ever had a meeting with the senator that has brought this respective legislation forward. She said no, and I said, Did he ever ask you for a meeting? And she further said no. So hopefully the senator could clear that up as well as to whether or not there's been a request for a meeting. But as I read the resolution, and I think about what has occurred since I have served as president of this institution,
2 minutes.
I recall Ms. Sharice Woods, who came before the legislature to serve on the parole board, and the same good senator voted no. I recall my good colleague, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, brought the bill forward for gender balance, 34-0062, now Act 8507, and the very same senator voted no. Now we have Bill number 34-0209 to demand the resignation of another woman leader in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I say we need to watch ourselves. We are bordering on misogyny here in this institution, and we need to be careful. Now, as I look at the whereas clauses of the bill that's before us, I note specifically that there's one of the whereas clauses on page 2 says something like this. As a result of Testamark's ineffective leadership skills and mismanagement of the Bureau of Corrections, the Bureau is plagued with labor management problems, an alarming rate of deterioration of the correctional facilities. Now, all of us know that our correctional facilities has been in a consent decree since Alexander Farrelly was governor. So I'm not certain how the ineffective leadership skills of this individual we could align it to the alarming rate of deterioration of the correctional facilities. Serious inmate populations. I worked for the Bureau of Corrections when the Bureau of Corrections was under, I indirectly worked for the Bureau of Corrections when the Bureau of Corrections was under the Department of Justice.
Time.
May I wrap up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may, Senator.
When the Bureau of Corrections was under the Department of Justice, and serious inmate population issues are not new. Infiltration of drugs and other contraband into the correctional facilities and rampant violence, these things are not new. But yes, there is a responsibility for the leadership to address the issues. However, for us, any of us, to put all of those issues on one person who sat in that position for 3.5 years, when we have this issue for over 30 years, I say it's unfair. And that's why I made my comment about those other 2 women. We have to do better. We've established a committee on health and public safety, a subcommittee. The purpose of that subcommittee is for us to discuss matters that we are concerned about, for us to bring individuals who serve in these leadership positions so we could have a conversation with them. There's been no conversation. And what is appropriate is for us to have a conversation. What I see here is we're dealing with a situation where there are challenges, where there may be an individual who happens to be a woman, who has a very strong personality, and who does not allow the pushback, the push forward. Not saying that she's right. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that we need to give people the proper respect and opportunity and have the relevant conversations before we bring matters of these before us. And I want to say one more thing. We need to be careful with this conversation that we have in front of us today, because this conversation helps us to be digging our heels further into the consent decree issues that we have. They're listening. So let's remind ourselves of that. Okay, so Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the time. And I'm not a member of this committee, but I had to come here today because it is my duty as a senator and as a woman leader here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will start off with quoting a section. Don't run. Don't trouble and run. Sit. I will quote a section in this last hearing that the Honorable Wilma Lewis said, "You don't need to tell me about being the first female, the first African American, or anything of like that. That's not a shield or a sword. It's a fact. And you as the director of the Bureau need to command respect, whether you are a female or a male. That's up to you. That's your job. And to come here and say, well, maybe because I'm a black female, there's not respect in me." Just wanted to make that clear, and I'll use the next few minutes of my time to read something that some staff wrote here, and I'll go through the rest of my time with that. Don't have to go back and forth with anyone inside here today. Everyone will vote their conscience, and they will have to meet the same correction officer, men and women, that's walking under those ridiculous environment. And I'm going to skip the beginning part. Some officers get suspended while some don't even get a verbal warning. This has made it to where the supervisors are disrespected, ignored, and are basically not able to do anything to these officers. She has continually lied, that's when the test mark, to the senators. For example, one senator came and asked about inmates housed in the U.S. mainland. She stated we have 250, which we do not. She has lied about COVID outbreaks in a prison. She stated that we have a working tilapia farm. We do not. These are just some examples. If I continue, this will turn into many pages. As you can see, correction has been in the newspaper several times, mostly due to her. One officer was fired due to him allegedly using unreasonable force, but one of her protected staff allowed 2 pretrial inmates that tried to kill each other with a knife and a machete, and on previous occasion to come out together. Somehow they both slipped their handcuffs and they was able to attack each other. One had a knife that was never recovered. This same officer was written up weeks before for, guess what, hitting a pretrial inmate. She got retrained while the other officers involved in the incident was suspended for 5 days. This same officer met a female inmate here, and she and the inmate now live together. And the director states she is a prison. I won't say go with that one. I'll go down a little more. The director has allowed civilian staff to travel to on a private
1
jet
minute.
with 2 pretrial inmates to circumvent the federal guideline. These 2 pretrial inmates were unsecure while on a plane. They also slept in a car for over 12 hours with these detainees, who are both mental health cases. There was a rookie officer involved who did not know that he was doing anything wrong. He was just following orders. Both the civilian staff member and rookie officer was unarmed. This put everyone's life in danger. Why isn't there an investigation into that? The BOC has never been this bad. While we continue to slide backwards in our consent decree, she continues to push forward with her things like a horse farm. To do what with? We are super short staffed. Sometimes we have only 3 officers here at night. She brought a K-9 to the prison, effectively taking another officer off the roster. She is not. May I wrap up, Mr. Chair?
Let me wrap up. We were curious as to what document you were reading from, Senator.
I'm reading a document that was written by some staff that don't want their name to be put on any document for fear of people retaliating on them. I also had a next testifier there that had to leave because of the time that we took to get to hear his issues. And the gentleman that testified just a while ago there, Mr. Pena, he did spoke about some of his conditions as far as his money. He also needed to tell you how he was being paid. And yes, this might not be the case for it, but the Inmate Karamazori Fund was used to pay individual. There are so many things that's going on at this facility, and I hope and pray, and I'll close on this. And and I'll go back to say, from Fort Christian to Alexander Farley Complex, and from Richmond to Golden Grove, which just named John Bell. And if it was my family, the condition that facility in, my parents' name couldn't go on it. We have never lost one correction officer inside of those walls. And I knock on wood here today, and I pray that under the leadership and the dictatorial type of managementship that we have going on in this facility, that it doesn't happen. And each one of you will have to answer for your time too. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Point of inquiry.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Point of inquiry.
Senator Gittens, you recognize your point of inquiry, and Senator Fred Gregory following.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Point of inquiry through the chair to Mr. Andino. What concerns me here as well, we've crossed a hurdle on what we spoke about before, but you stated that you were hired by the administration of the governor, Brian and not Bryant, in your testimony. But you were hired by the governor effective December 7, 2020. And to this date, you have not been issued a letter from the governor dismissing you. So are you saying that you're dismissed but didn't get a dismissal letter from the governor?
Yes, I did not get a dismissal letter from the governor. I was just brought into Ms. Testamark's office, and she basically told me that she did not need me anymore, my services anymore, only being there for roughly a month. And during that process, I was trying to little by little fix up the little things that are going on inside Golden Grove.
So look, through the chair, so you said that this occurred after just shy of 1 month being on the job?
Exactly, 1 month.
So did you get a NOPA though, to begin working?
I did not get a NOPA as of that time. I was told to stay at the residence where I was staying at until I receive a NOPA, but that was after a month of working.
Thank you. And colleagues, again, this is to show, and this is a type of testimony that we would want to gather, because if it is the government's policy that a government employee does not commence work until there's a signed and executed NOPA, then why do we have someone reporting to duty and now hence this problem that we're seeing? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we, as we deliberate this matter that's before us, I made a statement about the director indicating that she never met with the sponsor of the legislation as before us, nor she has never received a meeting request. So I think it's important for us to, we don't have no testifiers here today, but I think that's an important part of our discussion. Was there a discussion laying out the issues, and what was the outcome of that conversation? That's important. If we are leaders and we are to make decisions, then we need to make decisions from an informed perspective.
Senator Johnson, you recognized.
Just for the record's sake, when my colleagues spoke, they spoke about my performance and attacking female, but there's few people office, including hers, that don't have one male walking inside of it. So I guess you could flip the coin and say, you got this gender balance here where some people hire females alone and some hire males alone. So that's just my discussion and my point of information.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, this is our last point of information. We still have
Mr.
items
Chair.
on the agenda. Senator Fred Gregory, you may move forward.
Thank
You're
you.
recognized.
I've heard the she. I'm not certain who she is, but if she is Donna Fred Gregory, I want to make myself abundantly clear. I have 2 males that work in my office. So I'm not certain who the she is, but if it's me that's being referenced, there are 2 males that work under the office of the Senate President. And that is, in fact, it goes back to exactly what I said earlier with regards to misogyny. That's what it goes back to. To even say that and think it's okay to say that speaks volumes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hold the point of information. Senator Gittins, hold. Senator Joseph, hold. I'm going to proceed with a couple of seconds, with at least my 4 minutes.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
Wait, hold.
If I could beg,
Hold it.
I'm just begging your
Oh, you could challenge the
indulgence
chair.
1 second. I'm begging your indulgence 1 second before you start the 4 minutes, so we don't get too far. I did ask a question about the NOPA, but I realized that he did speak of an employee number. So I just wanted to get that clarity before you started as to the employee number, if that was a local employee number.
You may respond, Mr.
The employee number was given to me by personnel, and the employee number was pretty much everything was issued to me except for the NOPA. Everything meaning my badge, my weapon, everything was issued to me, and I actually physically worked in the institution roughly a month before the director took me out of the institution and had me stand by at my residence waiting for the NOPA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Before the proponent of this bill, the sponsor of this bill, leaves, I wanted to ask him if he also spoke to the chief of staff for the governor, because that's part of the line of communication that needs to take place. These issues shouldn't be here. So I don't know if he's still here or he left because of what is transpiring. So that was my point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Colleagues, without question, the bill is properly before us. It was submitted by Senator Johnson. He submitted a bill request. It was drafted by legal counsel. It was performed, and it was assigned to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. My focus is, once the bill is assigned to my committee, even though I disagree with it, and I wholeheartedly disagree with this bill, my philosophy or my approach is to allow the bill an opportunity to be heard. I think it's fair. I think if the criteria for hearing bills is that you only hear initiatives that you are happy with or in support of, I think it would be a sad day here in this deliberative body. With all due respect to my colleague and friend from Frederiksted, I believe that this may have some separation of powers implication. It is not the role of the Senate to demand. That is the phraseology used in the bill. It is not within our authority to demand the hiring or firing of public officials. I disagree with this approach of holding our own up for what really could be seen as a public flagging before sitting with them to ascertain a constructive way forward. I have sat on the other side in this body, and I know that, it's okay to throw blows, it may, or to, to be angry and frustrated, but I think if our objective is to problem solve, it is imperative that we sit with the agency head to ascertain a way forward. Virgin Islanders have achieved success when we've worked together towards achieving a common goal without ulterior motives or hidden agendas. The Bureau of Correction has work to do without question. We've been under a consent decree for decades, not just under the watch of the current director, Testermark. We've had struggles, we've had difficulties, we've had director come and director go, and our issues have been the same. We've had challenges. I think it's unfair to put all of the troubles of this institution on the shoulders of the current BOC director. While we were here, Senator, I got 2 text messages from individuals indicating to me that the tower was not operable, it was antiquated, it was a dead trap, that's why it was shut down. The new central control was erected with bathroom and AC. The fence has been repaired. They're saying this is an old video that doesn't reflect the current changes and repairs to the facility. The mental health unit will be moved to a new dorm, which is 98% complete. There's a statement about a warden that I'm not going to repeat on the floor. I don't think it would be appropriate. So the long and short of it is we have issues. We're under a consent decree. We have been in that state for many, many years, and I do not think it's fair to put all of that on the shoulders of the current director and for this body to demand of the chief executive that he terminates or demands the suspension or resignation of the current occupant of that seat. Colleagues, as leaders, we are at our best when we work together. The few successes that we've had in this legislature, I think they've occurred when we have put our cards on the table, understood a common goal, put our egos aside, and worked together towards the rectifying some of our vexing, long-standing issues. Colleagues, we've exhausted our debate time on this matter. Do I hear a motion at this time? Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to move that bill number 34-0209, a resolution requesting that the governor of the Virgin Islands demand the resignation or otherwise terminate the employment of Winnie Testermark as director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections be tabled indefinitely in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Francis. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne. Senator Payne excused. Senator Milton Potter, E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Not voting.
Senator Whitaker, not voting. Okay. Mr. Chair, we have 3 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, bill number 34-0209, a resolution requesting the governor of the Virgin Islands demand the resignation or otherwise terminate the employment of Winnie Testermark as director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction will be tabled indefinitely in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Thank you, Senator. Colleagues, we will be moving on to the next matter on the agenda. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for the final block of the day, block number 3?
Block number 3 consists of Bill number 340262, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Vitelcom Cellular, Inc., doing business as Via Wireless VI eCell for the leasing of the northwest portion of parcel 3B, Estate Susannesburg, number 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. It also consists of Bill number 340193, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and E&C Development, LLC, 8168 Crown Bay Marina. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Block 3.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0262? Who speaks to Bill number 34-0262? Senator Joseph, please proceed with your introduction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I had the wonderful opportunity to be in the Committee on Finance meeting this past Tuesday, where this bill was properly vetted and heard. We did have testimony from Vitel Cellular regarding the erection and putting up of the installation of this new cell tower in Susannesburg. And they need this to definitely be able to amplify their telecommunication capacity within the St. John area. I am asking on behalf of the proposed sponsor of this measure, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, that the committee considers this measure and votes in favor of it, because it's something that we need to have clear communication. We all know that most of us use cellular phone to communicate, and sometimes we have some dark and drop spots in certain areas in St. John because of the hills and the topography of the island. So this definitely will help to relieve those issues and to assure that communication continues to happen consistently for all the consumers of cell phones and internet connectivity. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak on this lease agreement before us between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Vitelcom Cellular, doing business as Via Wireless, VI for eCell for the northwest portion of remainder parcel number 3B, Estate Susannesburg, number 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0193? Senator Joseph, please proceed with your introduction.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of Bill number 34-0193, and is proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Again, this lease agreement was heard in the Committee on Finance this past Tuesday, and it was properly vetted. Bill number 34-0193 reads an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and E&C Development, LLC, 8168 Crown Bay Marina. So I do speak in favor of this bill, and I'm hopeful that we will look to definitely put this bill in place. Now, there is, I think, a little area of, let me just be clear on where this parcel is located. This parcel is located in Estate Bovoni. For those individuals who are familiar with Bovoni community, as you enter the stretch in Bovoni community, it will be on the more so on the right side of the stretch. So this parcel currently has on it some abandoned vehicle. They are proposing to develop it and put a mixed commercial storage and business complex, and that will be revenue generating for the government and for our islands, because we will be now collecting additional gross receipt, income taxes, and the like. I did put a plea, and I'm going to reach out to one of the owners of the proposed development regarding putting a bus stop in that area too, for the residents of the Bovoni housing community, as well as those who live in the Bovoni Homeowners Association and the Thomasville area. Mr. Chairman, I think this would be a very good revenue generating business, especially in that area, and put good use to government-owned property. So I am urging all of our colleagues to definitely vote in favor of Bill number 34-0193. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Colleagues, we will proceed with a 2-minute round. These leases were thoroughly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Committee on Finance. I believe they were all unanimously approved. Should you require an additional minute or so, the chair will be generous with you. Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Senator Francis.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Senator Francis, proceed with your point of inquiry.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just questioning or asking whether or not Bill 34-0167, which speaks to the Twin City Cricket Association, is also in the block number 3. I didn't hear any mention of those.
No. No, another revision was sent, Senator, and those 2 items were removed from the agenda. 255 and 167 are not on this agenda today.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in respect to the other 2 measures, Bill number 34-0262, as well as Bill number 34-0193, I'll be voting in the affirmative on these 2 measures to allow for these development projects in collaboration with the Government of the Virgin Islands and the various entities to move forward. And those entities, of course, is the Vitelcom Cellular, doing business as Via Wireless, VIE Cell, as well as the lease agreement between E&C Development LLC, 8168 Crown Bay Marina. I'll be voting in the affirmative on these 2 measures. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding these 2 measures, bill number, one second. $34, 0262 with regards to the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Vital Cellular. I hope that this measure, once passed, will help improve the cell services over on the island of St. John for those residents there. And the other bill, 34-0193, that speaks to approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, Property and Procurement, and the ENC Development. I hope this will bring some positive development to the area, which would somewhat address the blighted look in that area by the landfill. So hopefully we will be seeing good things coming out of these two measures. At the appropriate time, I will cast my vote in favor of these two measures. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon again, colleagues. I too rise in support of both measures. I just want to say in both cases, of course, for both bills, and of course through the procurement process, the entities go through Department of Property Procurement. I do want to say that certainly a lot of our stakeholders in the telecommunications agency entities is that there's still a lot of slow progress. And to the Commissioner, Mr. Thomas, who I communicate well with, I would just say we got to push a lot harder on just the speed. I mean, I'll just give a good example. In the country of Rwanda, like city of Kigali, it's said that, and it's asserted from firsthand knowledge that someone who has firsthand knowledge who gave to me, that you can get your business license in in a day, and you can move things forward quickly. We are in the 21st century, so I really want to see, and I know there's been an evolution of the property procurement, but we cannot. And so as we as we slow down and don't have a quick process of vetting these companies and give them the property they need to so they can improve the services, we suffer as a people. So I really, really want to see a much more robust effort by property procurement with respect to these contracts. They have to be a lot more, there's of course rigidity, but there's more, rigidity in the context of just execution. I want to see things streamlined. I want things to be moving in a way that is just much more robust and much more. So if there's anything that property procurement needs by way of whether it's come with the budget season, more software and technology, whatever it is, it's going to take us to evolve and move things quicker. And the other side as well, we continue to languish with issues with our service issues. So we know for a fact that as we continue through the process of having them come before us through hearings, internal meetings, and the like, that we should improve services. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. I too rise in support of both leases that are before us today. Of course, the lease agreement regarding the erection of the cell tower in Susannaburg and St. John is really a no-brainer. Anyone who has utilized their cellular phone on the island of St. John will know that in certain places of our sister island, a cell phone is virtually useless. So the erection of this cellular tower should dramatically improve cell service and at the same time just improving the whole quality of life. Cell phone has become a vital part of our existence today, and this lease agreement will assist us in improving the quality and caliber of the cellular phone service that we have in the Virgin Islands, specifically on the island of St. John. We also are very much in support of bill number 34-0193, the lease agreement between the GVI Property and Procurement and ENC LLC Crown Bay Marina. This bill was favorably considered in the Committee on Finance, Our understanding is that the property is now being consumed with derelict cars and junk in the area, and this initiative to build a mixed commercial use storage and business complex will dramatically improve the area, as well as potentially being a financial boon for the neighborhood and the territory. So at the appropriate time, my vote will be in the affirmative for both initiatives. Colleagues, I think at this time we have exhausted our debate time, all debate time. Yes, Senator Joseph, you may proceed with additional time if you so desire. You may go forward, Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly. I'm very pleased with the discussion of my colleagues. You have a level of foresight and understanding of the process, and know that both Bill 34-0262 as well as Bill 34-0193, which are both leases, will definitely help to make our people who we serve better at being recipients of further money coming into our coffers, so that we can do more with our people and provide more services, and also provide critical services, especially with our cell phone use, which has now become a necessity in our lives, as well as putting to use some land that has been misused and have a lot of abandoned cars on it. I definitely thank our colleagues, and at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, of course, I'll be ready and more than willing to make a motion.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Colleagues, we have in fact exhausted all debate time on this matter right now. Do I hear a motion? Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Motion, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Bill number 34-0262, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Vitelcom Cellular, Inc., doing business as Via Wireless, VI eCell, for the northwest portion of remainder parcel number 3B, Estate Susannaburg, 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Is there properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by, I believe I heard Senator Francis, am I correct? Seconded by Senator Francis. Roll call on Bill number 34-0262.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Senator Payne, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 5 yay and 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0262, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Commissioner of Property and Procurement and Vitelcom Cellular, Inc., doing business as Via Wireless, VI eCell, for the leasing of then northwest portion of parcel 3B, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Bill number 34-0193, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement and E&C Development, LLC, 8168 Crown Bay Marina, be favorably voted upon by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and moved to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Whitaker. Roll call on Bill number 34-0193.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Senator Payne, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 5 yay, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0193, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement and E&C Development, LLC, 8168 Crown Bay Marina, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for final consideration. Colleagues, we have exhausted our agenda for today.
Point of personal privilege.
Senator Francis, proceed with your point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to offer my public condolences on behalf of my family and staff and myself to the family of Howard Dyer, who was a victim of a vehicle homicide earlier this week. And of course, he's the father as well of Gina Cintron, who works out of the legal counsel's office. We're deeply saddened by his passing, and we just wanted to offer our condolences during this difficult time of bereavement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Senator Francis. We share our condolences to the family on this tragic loss. Colleagues, we've exhausted today's agenda. Thank you very much for being here, doing the people's business. I want to thank my staff and the members of the legislature's central staff who quietly do some very, very important work behind the scenes to make everything work positively. So we want to thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone. Committee on Rules and Judiciary, meeting of June 9th, 2022, is hereby adjourned.